Ow. Ow. But why? Hi, Evie. Milk? Hello. How you do? Don't mind that milk. It's fine. It's not milk. It's milk. What I mean, it's milk. Hi everyone. Welcome, welcome. Hi Nexus. Hi Brian. And hi Evie. Hope you are doing good. I like Billie Holiday. What's a Billie Holiday? Is this music Billie Holiday? Oh, I don't wanna. Oh, wait, don't I have tracking, right? Oh, Yeah, I have I have tracking now, and I can do this. Yeah, food. Can I do it? Oh. Ah. Can I eat it? Kinda. That's another thing I can play. Now that I've had tracking, I forgot. Hi, hope you're doing good. It's a game that I never played before today. I'm gonna play a medieval. Hopefully I get some satisfying monster killing action, huh? I was playing Bloom. I'm playing by Bloom Tower Defense 6. Yeah, I started playing it again because I heard that there's like another what do you call it? Another dragon monkey dragon skin, and it's actually very adorable. If I can, I'll try to. Thanks for the pet. I'll try to take a picture of it because I have a few pictures, but it's. I don't think you can see anything from this. Here, let me show you. Aha, I cannot see it. Not the banana. There's like a little banana there. Kobo small. Yeah. I'm small. Here, look at this. I'm sure. I don't think you can see anything here. I don't even know where the dragon is. This must be it, but it's like very... Oh, there it is. Oh, it's here. So this is the hero. This is the dragons. They are like small purple ball of dragon. It's very adorable. And there's also like dragon that's like circulating around this place. It's like kind of cute. I like it. It's like the big reason why am I playing Bloom back. It's a fun game. I love it. It's a fun game. A level dirt here. Wait. I want dirt. Wait, dirt. I mean Nexus is dirt. Dirt good. I want dirt. Thanks for book. Here, this one. I'm gonna play a medieval. Is this game also by New Blood? I'm not too sure. There's no page. Yeah, it is. Milk. Milk. Nexie? Nexie is kinda cute. This is also New Blood game. Okay. I mean, if it's New Blood, I have high expectations now because I know New Blood game is fun. I played Faith, Dusk, and then Ultrakill, and now a medieval. Milk, man. Milk. I should probably close out Discord again. It's like eating a lot of resources. Can I check it here? Don't think I can. Milk. Wait, it's not? I thought Discord was using a lot. Last time I checked, it was down here. Oh, it's gone. Oh, Discord is not using anything now? Good. Now I can keep Discord in. It's fine. Also, actually, one really good news. One really good news. I think I can play Monster Frontier Z soon. Very soon. I found a Monster Frontier server. And now I just need to install the game. And I can play it. I just need to install the game now. I found the server. I can play it. I can play for Monster Frontier Z. I can even stream it. I cannot wait. What's this? Come on. I cannot wait. I can actually play Monster Frontier Z now. I just need to set it up. Ooh, I'm so fucking excited. It is one of my favorite Monster Hunter game, I would say. The amount of dragons in there is just insane. Oh. And Kobo has been contained. Okay, let me open the game real quick. Best music. RTX support? No. Oh my god. Yeah, ow. Sure expected that it's gonna be very loud. Cool. Very cool. It's the thing. Did I get to play now? Oh, my man. Horde mode announcer? Announcer? Why is this stock? Why is this stock sound effect? Was it 50 just there? Set resolution. Resolution is always this one. Borderless. I can downscale again? Yo, I love game that gives us downscaling. Chunky pixels. Oh god. Billie Holiday is an old singer from the 20s. Whoa. 20s? Wow, holy shit. You should play Cruelty Squad? What's that game? I'm a good. It's okay, you don't have to buy me the game. How bright should I make it? Super. Ow. Super hot? Like, VSync? Yeah, frame limit 60? Yeah. AA method. What's AA method? Oh, anti-aliasing. You have FSR? Performance most visibly impacts image quality and should only be selected in situations where needing additional performance is critical. Can I not change this? Post-processing, everything is epic. I shan't say a thing about it. Fair enough. If I want to get into a game, it would be best if I can get it into blind. Very blind. Camera bobbin. I'm not gonna change too much here. Good quest. Main campaign. Lost Falls. The Hordes of Evil. Sure. It's the main campaign.
It came from the age beyond the ages. From the space beyond vision. Wheeling in an abyss of infinite darkness. We were minute among a myriad vast ones. Bright amid a myriad dark ones.
I like the purple.
We failed.
I like the purple. I failed about what? I didn't hear anything. I like the bright. Oh my god, it's so sensitive. Let's go. Oh my god, is that 2% input? There it is. Let's put 10, 15 actually. So is this one. I think I can make the game slightly louder. Yo, let's go. Is that right click? Is there a hop? There's crouching. And Gateway of the Ancients. Is it too loud? It's definitely loud when this is happening. You know what? I'm not gonna bet on it. 50-50. Alright, 50-50. The words are hard to read. Oh, I can walk. Hard difficulty, more enemies, normal pickups. What? Medium difficulty, no more enemies and pickups. Honestly, wasn't expecting it to be 3D. I expected something with more 2D assets like Doom. Oh. I think I saw the trailer and I was like, oh, I bought this because there's a lot of melee weapons in there. Less enemies, more pickups. Nah, I'm normal. I don't think I want to play hard because I'm usually not that good with this kind of game. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen something like this. Difficulty hub. Usually you just choose a difficulty and then you play the game. Perhaps this is not your distant path? I made the jump, you little shit. How about hard? What's the requirement of doing hard? This is so much easier, excuse me? Easy just like, nah, straight line. Straight line. Alright, medium it is. Like Quake? Ooh.
Save our lands.
Portal to Astro Equinox? Travel to Astro Equinox to pass this gate. Okay. Press tab to see portal locations. Oh! Sacred Path. Oh, you don't need to hold it. You toggle it. Oh, oops. Alright, Astral Equinox. That's cool. Quake had a hub where 3 hallways led to different difficulties. A bridge over water for easy, bridge over acid for normal, and a broken bridge over lava you had to jump over for hard. And there was a hidden nightmare difficulty you had to hunt for in the hub to get it. Oh, that's kinda cool. It's a very new concept to me. Selenic Stronghold. Because usually most of the games that I play is just a difficulty you chose. That's super blue. That's not how water works. It's too blue. You choose a difficulty and then you play it. Whoa! This is the best game ever. Mana. Oh, it has like some... sorry, give me a second. This is not... Is this borderless? It is. I'm blocking something. I'm putting myself a little bit to the middle here. See that? There's like something down there. It's like the bullet counts and something like that. There's gonna be way more Quake than Dust, was it? Looks like. Quake, much like Doom, had multiple episodes to select from, but you could complete them in any order. There was an intended order as they get more and more difficult, but you could technically start from the end of the game if you want, and work your way backwards. I kinda like that idea. I don't think you drown in this game. Yo, that's a cool ass sword, oh my god. Tiny soul. I think the game is kind of loud. Yeah. Now that I have some combat going on, I think 40 is good. Music 35. Alright, here we go. Small blue mana. Medium health. Press tab to see level stats. Kills, secrets. 9 secrets in time, okay. Messages. I like the melee combat. Hey. Small health. From these sacred waters, the Azrael was found. Oh yeah, oh yeah. The way forward lies both left and right. Oh. Wait. Oh yeah, and underwater noises. Is there a way for me to block them? What if I don't have what if I don't have a ranged weapon? This is gonna be wild. I have limited mana. Ooh, Oh, okay, wait, this game is hard? They're already giving you flying enemies when you only have melee. I know it's gonna be like a melee-oriented combat system, but no, they can fly and shit. Having ranged enemy is good. Having flying enemy when I only have melee is gonna be toxic, I feel like. This is bad. Not a good first impression, sadly. Like, these enemies are fine. The flying ones? Oh no. Oh no. What this? What can I do with mana? More green mana. Oh, okay, okay. So assume the green mana is the rare one. Water and blood. Soul and fire. Have you tried right-clicking it? What is this? Nothing happened just now though. Oh my god. I didn't notice how you use an axe, but okay. Oh, it's limited. This one right-click does nothing. Now right-click does nothing. So I guess it's like some sort of charge. Okay, it's not blue mana. Oh, I thought I can jump up. Aha! Giant soul. Giant soul. Oh, soul is for this weapon. Wait, it's not here. And then here's one. Nuh-uh. Alternate fire to enrage soul power. Or engage soul power. I need health. Tiny soul. Ooh. Oh my god, I like this. Oh, it's so cool. They can jump up that high? Yo, that's kinda cool. So? I'm just finding secrets. Alternate fire. It's so loud. Fire upon the red rune above. What if I don't have a ranged weapon? What the fuck? Because this weapon is a secret. If people don't find it secret, what about it? I must be missing something. Yeah, if I don't have this weapon, I'm fucked. That's weird. I don't think this is intended. I must be missing something. Okay, kinda jank, kinda jank. Ooh, big one. A huge soul. Game autosaved? Oh. You need the gold key. Did I not get the gold key? Oh wait, I was here. You're telling me there's a gold key somewhere around here? Hmm. I must have missed it. Oh no. So Shala is a flying enemy. They said Shala, and then it's like flying enemy. Nice jump. Did you just whip because I'm too close to you? Nice, gold key. Overkill? I feel like I must be missing something here. Did I? Did I not? Yeah, this is where the weapon was. I think no people is going to find that weapon first try. It is a secret. Sorry. Stuff for the Azure. Oh, it's a weapon. Oh, I am missing something. Alright, okay. Cool. Mm. Damn. Okay, now we're talking. Oh, it is a lot weaker, which is fair. Use the Whisper's Edge wisely, it may strike many foes at once. I already have the weapon. This one. Too fast. Honestly, I feel like there's a lot of things that I can explore here, or is it just me? Oh wait, no, I know what that is. Okay. Oh, yes, homing property? Let's go. Oh god. Okay, okay. I'm digging it, I'm digging it. The alternate fire... Oh, everything's shared. Even this one has the alternate fire then, I feel like. Oh. Oh, I can walk around this. Platform to Bastion of the Blue Moon. 3 secrets, 8 messages. What's DST destination? Oh, okay. And kill enemies in a level, read all inscriptions in a level, scholar? Okay. So I was missing something, that's why I'm like a little bit weird about it, but now we good. Because I was like, I only have a melee weapon, and Whisper's Edge is not really that fast of an attack. And the flying enemy was pretty fast, so I keep missing. It's like, But now it's a different story. Bastion of the Blue Moon. Now that I have this staff thing... the noise... Will I fall down? What happens if I fall down? It's... oh no. Oh no. Okay, good to know there's no... I lose all my weapon? Oh, that's fucked. I didn't know when I die I lose all my weapon. That's new. Alright, here we go. No weapon run. Nice door. It's a nice water shader. Never seen it work that way. More? I heard something. Okay, got some weapon back at least. Overkill? I don't know what counts as overkill, but I'll take it. Looks like there's a little place that I can go. Gold key. Oh wait, let me get back. Where? Oh. Small or orange mana? So new weapon inbound? Honestly, I bought this game in the first place. It's because of the weapon design that I saw. So I'm kinda excited. This one's pretty cool. The axe by itself is also really good. I'm a big fan of melee weapons and their design. Ooh. Okay. Looks like these are all the extra things that I can do. What's that? Oh. Such a small jump. Why do I hear breathing? Nice, Shredder. I'm doing pretty okay. I had a light breakfast and I'm feeling good. Not too burdened by too much food. Oh wait, this is where I started. Okay, okay. Oh, this is where it leads. Okay, I see, I see. I think I get it. I cannot see the map. Is there a map? There's no map. There's no map. Okay, there's no map. Fair enough. Even if there's a map, I don't think I can understand it. Okay, turn the health maximum. Yeah, I'm sure that's how you use it. Ooh, secret? Not a secret. They're pretty fast. Who are you? Oh. Oh god, I just went straight into it. Oh, that's so slow. I haven't read the thing. Wait. Those who would worship the sun are blind? I mean, if you look at the sun directly for long enough, yeah, I believe that. I believe that. If you look at the sun long enough directly, yeah, I'll be blind too. No secrets. 3 messages, 16 test? Where is all the enemy coming from? I want to see what your alternate fire is. New weapon? Celestial Claw. Oh! But how do I get back up? Oh, wait, jumping down kills me. Don't do that. So is this a secret area or death area? Okay, we good. Oh yeah, I got a gold key. Here. Do they open up the door? They don't. They cannot. I just learned something. The soul thing that makes your X-Pain, it works underwater too, and it does something. Underwater? What? What? Oh, hi. What? Oh shit! Whoa! I cannot control myself. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry if I have any doubt of this game. This is the best game ever. Oh no. I'm not finished yet? Go down. I like the sword wave clash. It's cool. What's all this? What's all this? What's all this? Sword clash. Like any like the medieval times. Voltrite's secret power reveals with overkill. Oh, it's a message, okay. Ow. Torch power up. Oh! Oh, I can see! Well, I can see now. It's not like I cannot see just now, but it's more like I can see way more clearly. Moss. Oh. Oh my god, it's dragon milk. Hi, Ixon. Milk. Milk. The milk. I've been milk. Oh, it's getting dark again. Been lurking but just saw the redeem. Glad you saw it. Oh no. Oh yes, no. Oh Can I open up this door? Help. I've been milk. There's so much milk. Oh, there's so much milk. I'm getting so much calcium. Does milk give calcium? Did that milk just whiff? I'm getting so much calcium now. Very strong. I gotta develop such a strong bone. Strong put milk to death. Kobo now has strong bone. But yeah, hi Ixon.
Kobo, fuck yeah!
Yep.
Why you bully me?
Laser. Oh no. I mean, oh yeah. I bit milk. There's so much milk. Cordy? Hi, Cordy. How's y'all? I'm doing pretty good. Other than some throat problem that I have these days. Pretty good. Hi, Cordy. It's okay, make you hurt your throat. It's a working fire? Oh my god, it's a working fire. Get milk? I'll take it. Get milk. There's so much milk. I feel so healthy. Oh, wait. All good. Milk. I love how Jade just tells me that, hey, put a quotation mark over milk. It's like, yeah, sure, why not? Milk. It is just milk, though. Underwater fight? Underwater fight. Milk. The music is going in though. Oh, the milk. And there's dragon milk, there's like kitty milk, there's also... Why am I saying like this? No, it's just milk. And then passageway to the Vault of Midnight. Is that 3 messages? Yep, that's all the message in this stage. Hi, Cat of Dragon Eyes. Sure. Yeah, it's just milk. Uh-huh. Is this a secret or have I been here? At least my milk is actual milk. Oh wait, I came from here. I came from here. Okay. Also, welcome in, Cat with dragon eyes. Just joined into a bunch of milk, huh? I don't... It's just milk. Don't worry about it. Just milk. I feel I need more... Does milk provide calcium? Or something else? Something that strengthens bone. It has to be calcium, I think. I'm not good with, like, stuff like these. Milk is well enough for calcium? Okay, good. Hi Rocket, hi Arata Prime. High in protein too? Protein is for milk. A protein is for muscular building, right? Or something like that. It gives more mass, to my knowledge. I might be wrong. I don't know much of it. Secret area? That's a secret area? Okay, I'll take it. Always love a good boomer shooter. Was playing the game. Was playing Ultrakill yesterday, and then I realized I have this game but I never played it. So I decided to give it a try. Always love a good melee weapon. The designs are pretty good. Look at this. Not this. This one. This one's okay. This one's just bomb. It's cool. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. Why would you laugh like that? Our leader, guardian of the moon, he now dreams of death and pain. Why? What the fuck? That looks like a secret area. Because it is. I thought that's slime. Milk. I forgot there's a walking fire. The silver key. Oh, it's up there. I got stuck. Oh, hi. Didn't they say something about the secret of this trident will be revealed over Overkill? I don't see anything changing. Midnight, moonlight, sun be gone. No, we need some milk. We need some milk. That looks pretty shiny. Full blue mana. Wait, I came from here. I have really bad sense of direction. I always get lost so easily. Did it just do a chain lightning? Oh no. Oh no. Orange mana. I feel like the thing looks different every time. Yeah, see? It always generates a different ball? Different ball. Ooh, I didn't jump. But why? No, milk. Kobo, Kobo, Kobo. Hi, G. Hi, Dinophos. Yes, hi. Yeah. Kobo's here. Kobo's here. And Kobo cannot wait to play Monsanto Frontier Z. Maybe I even play it tomorrow. I found a server that I can play. Milk. 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 I fell down because of milk? Milk to death again. It happens. Although I was about to say it. I don't think there'll be too much milk. Yeah, I don't think that's a thing. Not milk. And don't worry about it. It's just milk. Nothing wrong about that, right? Just milk. We're just calling things their names is fine. See, right? Yeah, it's fine. Don't let the milk expire. Oh, they won't. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure they won't anyway. Whoa. Full health. Yes, must poop. Must poop Nexus. Yeah. The game is kind of dark sometimes. Need to mute the mic and then cough. That's a nice skybox. Right here. Nexus is right here. We boop Nexus. We boop dragons here. Who hit me? Does that hit? Oh, oh, it does, Nick. I don't think I want to jump down. Like, looks dangerous. Oh, I've been here. Alright, this opened. Oh, it's here. Did they just teleport towards me? Milk. Oh, so much calcium. I've definitely reached my daily calcium quota today. Can my hand take? I mean, my hand already has it. Yeah. By the moon, I feel worried. About what? Calcium quota achieved. Something happened. Yep. Yep. It's only 69, but I've already dropped 10k points. Just by milk. Hi, go getter. Oh. Legendary saw. Going down. How many secrets I found? 4? I think that's not bad. Only half a kill. I'm gonna play Monster Hunter Frontier Z tomorrow. Tonight, after stream, I'll definitely set it up so that tomorrow I can play Monster Hunter Frontier Z. I cannot believe I found a server. I am actually so fucking excited. My favorite Monster Hunter game. I can play it. Wish I could play it. I found the server. I think anyone can play it, unless I'm mistaken. It's called. Let me find it. Rain Frontier server. This one. This is the Rain Frontier server. You join and then you get the server here. You download the game here, and then you bot command something, register something, and then I'm pretty sure you can play it. I just found it this morning, and I haven't really looked into it. I think anyone can play it. I think I'm gonna try out tonight. Oh, after stream, just immediately just try it. I want to play it. I love Monster Hunter Frontier. So many good-looking dragons in that game. I miss my boy Inagami. Milk. I'm so glad I made the redeem. So many dragons in your DMs? Yeah. Yeah. I rarely check DMs, so yeah. It's a bad habit of mine. I see DMs, I get anxious. Very anxious. Milk. Nice. Have some anti-anxiousness milk. Anti-anxiousness milk. Gosh. That's a lot of milk. You should use Aqua Shield to protect yourself from the milk. No, why would I want to protect myself from the milk? Milk's good. It's healthy. Minus soul. Mom. Oh! I forgot to change the head pet. No. No. Yay. And also this one. Where is it? It's boop on my horn. It's boop on my horn. Okay, there we go. Wicked. Now the pet works. Why do I feel like I'm missing a lot of things? Am I? Oh wait, these are moon symbols, I just realized. All the poops and pets and milk. Nice. Yay. Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, there's a bunch of them down there. Oh. Okay, Alternate Fire Whisper's Edge is very strong. Like, really, really strong. The solar acolytes think they are so great. So, whose side am I on? Am I on the sun's side? Or am I at the moon's side? Or am I on my own side? Am I at my own side? I'm at my own side. I don't care about anything. I just want to kill. Oh, that key took a while. I just realized. Where? Oh, hi. Can you hit me here? Don't think you can. Oh no. Lots of green, not much blue. Okay, that's everything. That's a nice door. I want doors like this. I think doors like that looks really cool. Although it takes a while to open it up, but it's fine. It's fine. Power time 6 minutes. I'm gonna take it way slower than that. Luna Sanctuary. Moon Guardian. Oh, it's a boss fight? Shit. What hit me? I'm gonna go close range on you. Oh shit! Sliced, you died. Load latest. Oh, can you save in this game? I actually didn't know. And I lost all my weapons. Right, you can nuke. I think the lose all weapon aspect of the game is a little bit sad, to be honest. Ooh. Are they homing? Are the weapons homing? It looks like they're homing, but it feels like they're not homing. It looks like they're just bouncing around. Savior of the Moon, beat Astral Equinox. Oh, okay. Oh, he gave nothing. I didn't ask them a question though. I think that's everything. Nice. Oh, this one secret, one message. Yeah, what's with this? This one. Oh. All that was good is gone. Use these items to defeat the Guardian. Oh. Would have been great if I found it earlier. Nice. Explorer, find all secrets in the level. I got lucky because there's only like one secret. You know, after playing Ultrakill and then playing back this, or not playing back, but
Welcome back, champion.
Thanks. After playing Ultrakill and then playing this game, Ultrakill is way more fast-paced than anything. Milk. Let's have to see the portal's location. Oh! It became night. Visit the two worlds to proceed. Moisturize and milk? Okay. Here, I'm gonna milk myself. I'm gonna drink. Drink some milk. Oh, wait, I forgot. I saw this plastic bag. My friend gave me the Monsanto figurines, and I forgot to put them in. I look at the plastic bags like, oh wait, I know what that is. I forgot I got it 2 nights ago. Oh wow! I could take a picture. It's Valhazak. Oh, they even have Zero Jiva? Shit. Valhazak, Zero Jiva, and Nergigante. Okay. Oh, that's cool. I need to find some place to put this one. Oh, Zero Jiva is cool. Yeah, I need to find a place to put these. Uh-oh. Now I have too many figurines. They gave me 3 of them. 3 figurines and a Nergigante. Uh-oh. I'll take a picture soon, if I remember. I went from 3 figurines and now I have 6. I am not obsessed. I'm not obsessed. How do I put this thing in? Oh, okay. Insert it? Why can't I not insert it? Wait. Whoa. I'll figure it out afterwards. Not now. I'm supposed to be playing a medieval. Why am I touching these Monster Hunter figurines? Okay, I'm back. I drink the water and it's like, oh hey, plastic bag. I love how bombastic the sound is. Portal to domain of the Sentinels. Sentinel. The Citadel of the Watchers. Drink some milk. I like milk. That's new. What do you do? The classic run. Interesting. Destruction! Oh my god, yes, best game ever. Get up. That looks much better. Destruction, good. And Cobalt likes distraction. Hi. Are you guys Sentinel or something? What the hell? And Sentinel with little tentacles, what the? Silver key, okay. That's a dangerous Sentinel. The imperfect will be destroyed. By a kobold, it seems. Oh, I'm imperfect, destroy me? Hey, I'm imperfect too, I'm gonna get destroyed too. Oh god, oh no. Oh no, wink wink. No wink. Oh no? Question mark? Hi. I saw something. Wait, I want that. The meek. It's not here, it's not here. It's... What? Ah, goddamn. What? What? Oh, it's that. Oh my god. Don't know what that does. Oh my god, new weapon. Number 6. It uses green mana. Ooh. I love how X is like I'm imperfect. But then again, Nixon, it's very hard for a kobo to destroy a dragon, no? Can I do something with this? Why does it look like a button? Hey. Oh god. What happened? Why are you T-posing? Oh, you're stuck because of my weapon. Oh, that's good. What's with all the wet noises? Oh my god. Oh, hi. Oh, this weapon is cool as fuck. What's with the wet noises? I'm loving this weapon. Oh, music is kicking in. Nice. What? Oh. Oh, they push me down. I mean, should have known. It's so obvious. But sometimes Kobo Brain just doesn't work. It's like, oh, that happened. Kobo Brain. It is a thing. Milk. Oh, that's an it's not an indicator. I got lied to. The fuck? didn't even see what the enemy was. Same? Yeah. What do you do? Oh no! Oh no! I assume the game is very not fast paced because I just started this game not too long ago. This is literally just like, what, stage 4, I think? So the enemies were not wildened, they are not crazy. I love how every kill with this weapon is Ultrakill. Or like overkill, sorry. Look at that, they all stick to the wall. Who, what, where? Oh, oops. Crucified? Something up there. Hello? The hell was that? Oh my god. Homing? I'm not taking that for now. My soul is almost full. You get 100 overkills? Order is perfection. Perfection is power. Is it? Perfection is such a stress. I remember when I was a kid, I was such a perfectionist. Anything I do, I want it to be good. I want it to be perfect. I cannot have any mistakes. Any mistakes would stress me out so hard back then. Man, not a fun time. Alignment must be observed. It's such a painful time when I was a kid. Nice. Right the wrong and cross the divide. Don't understand what that means. There's still no sticky, slimy noises here. I don't get it. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god. Where am I? Oh, that's what the sticky noises are. Oh. Sorry. Look, I was just trying to destroy some things. Don't hate me for it. Ah, destruction. Oh. One more to go. Sequence complete? Okay. Cool beans. I don't know why I like it so much, destroying things. Oh yeah, I came from here. Oh wait, I came from there. Nice. The game is, I don't know, surprisingly easy. I don't know. Is it? I don't think it's supposed to be this easy. I must be doing something right. Oh shit. Got the trident. I love how you can still hit them afterwards. For a little bit. I feel like something tells me there's gonna be like a
hello.
hidden
Remember
wall.
to open up the subtitle, huh? Thank you.
Oh fuck, did I not open it? I feel like I actually didn't open it. Wait, I actually opened. I don't know why I felt like I didn't open it. But I did. From that far? Holy shit. Oh. Bomb? Sometimes they'll leave some sort of residue. Chaos? What? Regret? Destruction? Oh, this one. Oh, it aligns. Chaos, regret, destruction. Only chaos and destruction, no regret. We love chaos and destruction. Who? What? Where? What happened? Hey. Yeah, sometimes they leave that out. It's out there. Nice. Wait, that's not enemy. There's something though. Oh. More? I feel like when this weapon causes an overkill, it would do like a chain lightning shit. Yeah, I feel like this weapon and this one, these two weapons, the best. I feel like this weapon is not that slow, and it can one-shot most enemies reliably. Homing, homing. Homing, homing. Oh, shit, wasn't there health there? Nice. I mean, even though I already have the weapons, it's all good. Yeah, this game is a lot more slower paced than I thought. Maybe I'm just not there yet, you know what I mean? I keep hearing enemies. I feel like I've seen the attacking pattern before. Is it from Skyrim? the melee attackers. I think it's actually from Skyrim. The weird overhead attack. I don't understand. Weird overhead is like over. Oh, wait, I don't kill, don't kill. Take me. Yeah. It looks like he's from Skyrim. I may be wrong though, but that's my first initial impression. That attacking pattern. We do not falter. I guess we don't. I realized what this weapon feels like. Shotgun. This weapon is just shotgun. Really strong close range, weak long range. Yeah. Oh, did the yip no go through? Hi Zoe. Or maybe the game was too loud. Let me try. Yep. Yeah, it works. Hi, welcome. Maybe the game was too loud. I didn't hear it. Thanks for the head pets. Okay, I will drink. Oh, I will drink. Thank you, Zoe. The music is kicking in. This is an arena. Oh god. There's nothing here. Any gold key? Okay. Never heard that noise before. Oh. Purple mana? Purple? Stretch that bomb? Okay. That feels nice. I feel like this game is focusing more on... I feel like platforming? And less about killing things in a destructive manner. That's what this game that's what this game is giving me the vibe of. Bum. That thing doesn't do anything. Our reality is truth. Is it? Our truth is all, it says, and I slid down. Okay. Here we go. Milk. No secrets found. I think this stage is too confusing for me to try to find secrets. It's too much. Milk. All has its place. I wonder what those messages mean. I actually didn't listen to the backstory of this game, I just like, oh hey, game! Give me a little bump. I should have played hard mode, I feel like. The enemies are not even that many. Oh, maybe I'm too good at boomer shooters now that I played Ultrakill. Hmm. Oh, it's a fire noise. I thought it's like... I don't even know what that's. Nice. I didn't do that. They got crushed. I feel like there's a secret around here. Save. Oh, there's an autosave. There we go. Can I jump down? I cannot jump down. Okay. Whoa. Ooh, what? Where? Where'd you come from? I can't help but feel that this game is missing something. What? I don't know though. Like, that there's something that's missing from this game that is making this game feels a little... It's not empty by all means, but it feels a little empty. I cannot pinpoint what's the problem though. Or if there's even a problem at all. is that? Oh. BFG? We found BFG? Oh, purple mana is BFG. Let's go. Big fucking gun. Wait, I missed something, right? Let me go back to the start. Remember where the place got... where an enemy got crushed? 3 enemies got crushed at the same time when I didn't do anything? Yeah, that place. Feels like there's something there I didn't go. This place. Ow. Oh. Oh. Okay, it's nothing much. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Then maybe there's something there once I come back. Didn't I jump up there just now? Secret? Secret? Stone unhewn. Unhewn? Has no purpose. What the hell is unhewn? I'm going to Google Translate for this. Unhewn. Not given a finished form by or as if by hewing. What does it mean to be hewn? Cut or shape with hard blows over a heavy cutting instrument like an axe or chisel. So it's like stone that is not something. Still don't get what that means, but it's okay. See, the thing is, I think it uses some like very what do you call that? Ancient English. Yeah. Milk. Okay, so this is the progress, I feel like. Game auto saved? Nah, I'll save here too. Yes. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be insta kill, right? No. Oh, there's this. Wait, what the fuck? Where'd you come from? Those not in alignment shall meet their doom. What do you mean by alignment? I don't know. Yes, the ambush. Yo, I'm not ready. Yeah, I feel like this game is a miss for me. You know, like a hit or miss situation. This is a miss for me. It's not that it's bad. I feel like it's missing something. Something that I just cannot pinpoint what's missing. I'll play longer. I'll give it a whole day today just to play this game. Hopefully they change something. I don't know. Because currently it feels very... it feels kind of for me. Missing dragons? Yeah, it is definitely missing dragons, but the boomer shooter games that I played Dusk. I don't play a lot of boomer shooter, to be honest, like, to be fair, but I enjoyed playing Dusk. I enjoyed playing Doom 2, Doom 1, the entirety of them, and I think Ultrakill counts as some sort of boomer shooter as well. I may be wrong, but I think Ultrakill counts. And those always have this the satisfaction where I kill a bunch of enemies, but not this one. Something's missing. Something is not right, and I cannot pinpoint what's wrong, which is very weird. I never had this kind of feeling before. Secret? Oh, double secret. No, come back. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that it doesn't have that satisfaction when I kill enemies. It's missing that impact. And the homing is ridiculous. That doesn't make sense. And Tower of Alignment. Alignment. Another ambush. Why is it perfection? Do you not go down anymore? Uh-oh. Oh, okay. That's it? Oh, I'm missing one kill. Wow. Okay. After playing for a little bit, this one... Okay. From this stage, I'm gonna say from this stage alone, it's missing a lot of things. It's a miss for me for this one, sadly. Your time, it says 18 minutes. To me, it feels like I've been here for an hour. Right? In Doom, when I'm hunting secrets, at least... I don't know why I can... Okay. This one, I don't know why, but I can tolerate playing an hour in a single stage in Doom. But I cannot tolerate 20 minutes of this stage. It's weird. I really cannot pinpoint it. I know maybe I'm being very unfair to this game right now, but there is something. There is definitely something that is missing. What, I really don't know. It is missing something. Something's not right here. Something's not right. But I don't know what. And I think me saying this is very unfair to the game currently. But it's just how I feel. It's not right. It's missing something crucial, and I cannot pinpoint what it is. The game is a miss for me currently. Oh no. A scrunch! I see everyone that seems to shoot plants now, no? Yeah. I do have that, and I forgot. Oh, I gotta lose all the guns. Well, not guns, weapons. How is game? Sadly, I find the game is very underwhelming for me. Something is missing, like I mentioned, but I don't know what. I really don't know. I know, 6, I forgot. Okay, that's a bad idea. Oh wait, I can climb out somewhere just now. Uh-oh, bad idea. Uh-oh. I'm being milked. So many milk. 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 Oh, this one homes. This one is pretty good. Ooh, instant. it's missing the impact, I feel like. It's missing something. Something's not right. I don't feel the satisfaction of winning against this boss. Weird. Very weird. There should be one more secret here.
This is for you, Ixen. Godro bongo 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 godro bongo.
Godro bongo. Godro bongo. I think it's sad to say, but I've been playing this game for... I gave this game 2.5 hours. It somehow didn't impress me. It's the first time I feel like this for a game. It's the first time I felt like this towards a game. A game that... I don't hate the game, but I don't like the game either. It's mid. Right? It's the first time I feel the game it's so mid that I don't feel like...
Welcome back, champion.
It really is missing that satisfaction. The satisfactory thing. Evil force came thousands of years ago, like a cancer. Like a cancer, it spreads silent, unseen. Cancer don't spread? Do they spread? Unseen, yes, spread? I don't think so. Solar solstice. Arcane expense. Sacred path. Yeah. I actually don't feel like playing this anymore. Holy shit. Oh no. It's clear, right? It's clear when I don't like a game, I tried to. I really did. And sadly, it's just... something is missing in this game. Like I said, the same thing. I will repeat the same thing, right? You could argue that this game is old, but... is Dusk older? No, Dusk is like way... I think Dusk is... way more recent, right? I think Dusk is way more recent. No, wait, no. You're way more recent than Dusk. Yeah. It's missing something. give it more time, I guess? Hmm. The trailer looks good, right? The trailer looks good, but when I play the game, it feels different. It feels, yeah, I cannot explain it. It feels different. It's definitely not that I don't want to give this game a chance. I did. I was very excited to play this game, like very fucking excited. Maybe it's just because I have such high hopes that I kinda read the codex in the menu. The spirit that meant to corrupt the inhabitants of our sacred lands. Many heroes have tried to aid us, all have been defeated. Nor has yet been able to purge the lands of this seemingly limitless evil, ancients. The champion, having overcome the trial of the Black Labyrinth and retrieving its holy treasure, X of the Black Labyrinth, a symbol of key and power, was granted passage to the higher planes. The only mortal in 1,000 years to cross into the gateway. As the champion traveled to the gateway, they heard voices of ancient warning, strength of the evil force, and if the champion were to defeat this force once and for all, the ancients would be eternally grateful. That's it. Eternally grateful? No reward? Just thank you. I feel this is a miss for me, sadly. I might not play this game now. Our once sacred lands are now beacons of hate and darkness. Let me think. I'm I think it's the first time I'm genuinely not having so much fun with this game, and yeah, I'm not gonna play this for now. Maybe in the future I'll give it more chance, but it doesn't. The game doesn't click with me, and I actually felt bored playing the game. I did, which is kind of sad, and it's also a weird feeling to say that a boomer shooter is boring when it's all about action and destruction and stuff like that. High speed action. I still can't tell what's missing from this game, but I'm gonna start playing Amid Evil here. To the fans of Amid Evil, alright? Those who like the game, please don't hate me. It's just not for me. I tried it. I tried to love this game. But it's just not for me, alright? Don't hate me for this. It's not for me. But I'll still stay for Uwu here. But what can I do though if I were to not play this game? How about if I keep the boomer shooter thing? Maybe I could continue playing Ultrakill? I could. Oh, did I just get the achievement? Don't go. You could just say don't go, quit the game as an achievement. I feel achieved. I think let's play some Ultrakill. It's a miss for me. Too bad, really. It's not playing, so I'm gonna put no back seating unless it's in the title. Ultrakill Morgan milk. Guns and more gun and guns. You know what? Now that the silent comes in, the music plays a big role. I mentioned the music is not hype. It's missing that oomph. Okay, I changed the title, I think. Fuck, I should double check. Yeah, there's no oomph in the OST.
Godro
in the
pet pet Godro bongo Godro pet pet Godro bongo Godro pet pet Godro bongo Godro pet pet Godro bongo.
Pet pet bongo pet pet. Oh, this Gunfire Reborn. I forgot. Wait, this is season 2 Gunfire Reborn. Ah, shit. I could play that one. No. Ultrakill. What's the cyber grind? I saw Kalfire do something about it. Ultra grind.
Ixen v blush Ixen v blush Ixen v blush Ixen v blush Ixen v blush.
Ixen v blush. Ixen v blush. What a blush. I need to make a blush emo of my own as well. What happens to the black then? Oh, sorry. I'm gonna try this one. I think it's gonna be very normal.
Godro blep Godro blep Godro blep Godro blep Godro blep.
Blip. Middle. Middle. Okay, what do we do? Oh, to P rank, this is so bad. I think let's do a secret hunt. See, I haven't found secret here. Get 5 kills to a single glass panel. Single glass panel? I already P-rank everything here, right? Let's do a secret hunt, why not? For intro? Fuck yeah. The intro is so good. Wait, not this one though. Latest version. Recently updated. No. Status update. V1? Approaching hell. Oh, bloody feel. Oh, that's why the machine has blood. Last night, yesterday I played. Oh hell yeah, this game is still so fucking cool. Milk. Oh, so many. Oh, that looks weird. I just drink milk. Oh, milk. So much milk. Yeah. Milk. Yeah, there could be other soul orbs around here. Milk. Dragon milk. Dragon milk. So this one still counts as 0-0, right? Oh. That's not what I had. Don't hit me. I know it's a different game, but I'm gonna try to make some comparison with this game. They are boomer shooters, right? But Ultrakill, of course, is like very, very well made. I cannot make like unfair comparisons, but still. They do have dynamic music, it's just not as impactful as this one. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to find soul orbs. Secret hunt, huh? That did it, right? Pride. I hear sword. It's above, maybe? What? I hear sword. Yeah, sword is definitely here, but how do I get there? Ah. Oh, wait. Sorry. I don't know why suddenly my throat feels that way. I suddenly want to cough like crazy. But there's nothing in my throat though. Where did all the enemy go? Did I kill them? Deals damage when directed. Soul orb somewhere? Yeah, my throat feels weird today. Very weird. But I'm okay, I promise. Sorry. Can I projectile boost this? I got locked in. I didn't know. I get 5 kills with a single glass panel. Is that not what it means? Didn't I not break the glass panel for that? Hmm. Best music. I know an alternate. Something looks shiny up there. Ah, I was right. Nice, nice. I didn't mean to fall down there. Oh my god. Do I seem to get that? Oh, I already got it, okay. Oh no, do it again. Oh, looks like I can get in here. Nice. Oh. Wait, they're killing demons as well. Never seen that before. Okay. I'm sorry, I have to keep muting my mic. I'm coughing way too much today. Good day. Hi, Kafera. Welcome. I was playing a medieval, but it's just... It's a miss for me. I didn't like the game. I got bored playing a medieval. Now I'm playing Ultrakill again. Hope you're doing good. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, can I get in? Upping the difficulty? Not yet. Do I want to up the difficulty? I'm kinda scared though. You know what? While I'm trying to hunt Soul Orb, it's a good idea to up the difficulty. Why not? Maybe I could get good at this game. Like for real, for real. Violent. I have to start from the first one, right? Ooh. I can try. I'm not gonna play brutal, it's too hard. I'll play violent. What's on the docket? What's a docket? Oh, socket? Full intro? Now we've seen it, it's okay. Oh, what are you doing for Ultrakill today? I'm trying to find more soul orbs, to be honest. Trying to find some secrets. What's the difference between violent? Ooh! Oh, they hurt. Okay. I get it, they hurt. Vegan? They hurt! Holy shit! I can play like a monkey now. Did that work? How much kill was that? Wasn't that like a challenge that I need to kill 5 enemies with 1 glass panel? Oh no, wait. Do it again. That's fast. Oh my god. Oh, that's really fucking fast. Ow. Oh yeah, and there's a boss here, right? We love chainsaw. Wow. Say it here. That also remind, if you're ever running this game on air and you ever want to lab out here or off Twitch, hit me up. I'm all for labbing out. I did it! And labbing out techniques and enemies matchups. Oh! Ken. Groovy? We love chainsaw. At least I love chainsaw. Chainsaw's good. Violent is hard. Can't believe I'm doing this. Oh, I forgot about this thing. Hello, hi loot crate. Loot crate. Welcome. Boop. 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 Didn't do it. Oh, why can't I get in? Oh, I can only get in once I do this? Oh yeah, I guess only this will trigger that I can get in the door. Hope you're doing good, Luke, right? So you're taking a liking to P boosting, I see? Maybe if you will. Slamming all those sphere from the end, then P projectile boosting them with an air shot? Boosting them to the air? Like ground slam? Isn't ground slam... Oh, ground slam will render them to the air? See, why can't I not get in? God damn it. Sorry, I'm gonna be coughing a lot. I'll try to not cough too much. Oh. Oh, is that insta-kill for me as well? Meat! Meat! Oh, nearly. Gonna do that again? Oh. Any swarms around here? I assume that's death. P. My brain doesn't work. Ooh, that was cool. Thanks for the help. Blue key. Oh, it's here. It's like, no, stop. Why can't I get in? You cannot tell Kobo what to do, you fuck. Alright. Fine. Good. Fireworks. Oh, it's called fireworks. Wait, let me try again. No. That's not how it works. I usually jump up the slam so I can align after slamming them. It's really satisfying to do. I can try. Jump up the slam. Oh! Jump sick. Yeah. That's not it. Oh, is that a secret? Oh! Oh my god, I'm so good! What do? What did I do? Oh my god. Secret level is in this level? Ah. Ah. Beat the secret encounter. I need it. I'm sorry. Yeah. Could it be down there? Could it be this thing? No. It has to be it has something to do with the door, I feel like. Oh, I have to win against the person? Or the machine, sorry. Oh my god. Yamaki-chanho, can you projectile boost? Alright, here we go. Wait, I don't need to... I'm not aiming for P rank. Nice. Yeah, I have to beat that person. Or that machine. Ow. So this one triggers it, I think? It's kinda cool to see something like this. You know, they're killing the demons instead of me. Okay, and the door is locked. Oh, did you come from here? Ooh. Wait, there's something up there. Or not. Oh. I got something. What do I do with this? I don't know. I have things. Can I go in now? No, it's locked still. Soul orb, maybe? No? Ow. Ooh. Oh. I'm the best. Nice. Then I'm gonna assume the secret encounter is to be faster than the machine in a room. Yeah, that must be it. Oh, I cannot change guns. Oh shit. The fuck is... Something wicked this way comes? Don't say that shit! No one told me this is a horror game. Nope. You don't just say something wicked comes this way and then whisper in my goddamn ears. Goddamn. I'm dead, am I? What the fuck? No. I cannot do horror. What the fuck is this? Oh. Please give me milk. What the fuck? Why am I playing a horror game? Yeah, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, 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 fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Oh wait, I'm back here. Fuck you, fuck you. Nope, fuck you, fuck you. Nope, fuck you, fuck you. Oh, it just pushed it back here. Where do I go? Where do I go? No, fuck you, fuck you. This game, I swear to fucking god. So when the thing appears, it's always in front of me. I guess I can assume that. It looks like a stick man. Okay, so it does look like a stick man of some sort. It's not scary, it's just a stick man. Ooh, I need to find red. Fuck. Why is there static noises? Oh, static noise means that it's here. Can't believe I'm learning about something horror here. What the fuck? It really doesn't help when I cannot see it. It's to my right. Chill, everything's fine. Need to find Red Skull. Okay, that's something. Wow, red light. That doesn't help. My butt cheek is so goddamn clenched. Why is this a horror game? Yep. Oh my god. I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay. Okay, okay. Alright, okay, okay, all good, all good, all good, all good. Hi Safi, hi Kanya Northwest. Where do I even go? It's nearby. Asshole! Okay. Where am I needed? Where do I need this thing? Okay. Brother, it doesn't help. Oh! 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 Let me go, bitch! Oh! Yeah, get fucked! Oh, wait. I can't believe I'm playing horror game. Oh, fuck. Okay, okay. Kobo is fine. Kobo is fine. And hi, that was rather cute. It's scary! It's so scary. I don't like horror games. Mankind is a failure. Free will is a flaw. Let the evil of their own lips consume them? Then I shall begin again with my word as law. Oh my god. Are you sure you're fine? Maybe not. I don't know. But that was very fucking scary. Dash fully invincible? Oh, Dash is fully invincible? How come I didn't know about that? Quickly out of melee range, less control. A greater distance, no invincibility. Never thought about that. So Dash has full iframe. Wait, I forgot how to play this game anymore. I got scared too much. Okay, we good. I got scared too much. I don't know how to play this game anymore. Eee, sneaky. Oh, I can get up. Soul orb, maybe? Yeah. I mean, that's also why people call me, people tell me to play horror games. People like my reaction, I don't know why. It's so scary. And it's sufficient firepower. Are you sure about that? I'll go the intended route. Purple? Oh shit! Oh shit! Difficult. It is truly. Oh, I did it. Bye. Shotgun. Press right mouse button for hold to charge distance. Alright, that's the first. Of course. Primary fire pierces weaker enemy. It's not supposed to be that hard to do. Aha! Feels like there's something in there as well. Whoa! That works. Oh! Feels like there should be a soul orb somewhere around here, but maybe not. I don't know. Oh no. Oh. Nice. Getting a bunch of secrets. Feels good. I tried, I tried. I have chainsaw too, asshole. That's cool. Projectile boost, enjoy you. Oh, I found no secret. Kill only one enemy. Kill only one enemy? Nah. Nah. A point blank shotgun shot to the torso right before an enemy attack lands would deal massive damage. It's a parry? I'm forgetting so many things. Holy shit. Shotgun parries, huh? Point blank to the torso is a parry. Ow. Oh no, that hurt. That hurted. Oh, this is solo. I want that soul orb. Whoa. Oh, that's a door. Huh? Wait, it's a parry. What is that? That's no secret, but I don't know what that is. Oh. Cool. It's a soul orb. Nice. Not bad, right? I feel like after playing it yesterday, I feel good. I feel like I know how to play Ultrakill now. Nice. Slide uninterrupted for 17 seconds. That's kind of funny. Attack sound cues allows you to keep track of enemies who are off screen. Attack sound cue. And climax. And Cerberus. Oh, it's a Rockman, right? Cerberus is a Rockman. Oh no. Don't kill me. I swear I played this game before. Oh, whoa! Are you getting Rotwood? What's Rotwood? Hi, Rollins. Apa itu Rotwood? I forgot about Gunfire Reborn. It's like season 2. Lotwood. I have it on wishlist? Oh! It's a side-scrolling hack and slash? Oh my god, it's a side-scrolling hack and slash! I need this game. Oh, no wonder. Of course I would wishlist this game. What the fuck? No, I never played the demo before. There has to be a lot more characters than these, right? I can already see everyone is playing that character. This one. Everyone is playing the wolf character, huh? At least everyone I know is going to play the character. Only 3 race. You can customize the face. Oh, it's race, not character. So you play as that race. And you can customize your own character. Oh! Oh, I see what you mean. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Offer until 9th May. That's a long time. I can save money for a little bit. I'm still kind of tight now, but 26, I might be able to spare 27 ringgit. Might be able to. But we'll see. It's high on my list right now. Way higher than what do you call it again? Helldivers. I mean, Helldivers is great, but it's too expensive. It's like 160 something. 169, I think. So yeah. Rotwood. I am getting Rotwood, yes. I'm pretty sure I can choose. Wanna get Dragon's Dogma 2? I haven't finished Dragon's Dogma 1 yet. I forgot I have a playthrough. I streamed before. I better hope all P. enter here. Hi. You like punch? Hope you like punch, asshole. Rare, rare. Where? Punch. Can I jump down here? Best not to do that. Oh! Don't inflict fatal damage on any enemy. How the fuck am I supposed to win if I don't do that? I see Dragon's Dogma 2 has this beast race. He looks uncanny. Some enemies make idle sounds to make them easy to track. I actually don't even know about that. Oh, Limbo, it's fake! Couldn't do it back then because I wasn't good enough. Oh. Oh, it's speaker. It's like fakey takey. I was right. It's all fakey takey. No. Milk. Imagine we get no sound after you destroy those speakers. Hey, it's Ultrakill. They might do it. But they didn't. But they could. They totally could. This looks lovely. I know, right? It's pretty good. But it's fake. Ugh. It's fakey takey. And it hurts my head. Get out. Is there gonna be 4 speakers? Is it like a secret that I destroy all speakers? Find all the speakers. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, wow, it's so subtle. It's very subtle. In Mouse of One, there's a TV you can unplug, and it just straight up turns the whole game black and silent until you plug it back in. Really? That's so clever. I didn't even find the TV back then. Or I should say that I cannot even find it. Luck's part of the game. I find it by sheer luck. Ooh, what? Where? Oh, I don't want to deal with you. There we go. Even the walls. It's super difficult to find. I'm not surprised because it's My House Not What. It's such a cool game. It's in a grey apartment. You have to basically rocket jump across the gap to another building's window in the brutalist maze. Fuck. Oh, lucky. Could there be another hidden wall? Something underwater? Music is so cool. I love breakcore. Apanya! Get the fuck out of me. The brutalist area. Shit. Nail magnet. Ooh. Do it again? No. Oh, any secrets around this place? Still cannot find speakers. I'm not seeing any of them. I feel the speaker has to be like some sort of a secret. It has to be. Whoa. Oh my god, that hurts my head so much. Oh. What do I do with this blue thing? Why is this one shiny? Why are you not shiny? I'm questioning everything now. I don't trust anything. And it just brings me back here. What's the point? Oh. Oh, I can interrupt? No. Oh, blue. Hi. Dang, my projectile boost is getting clean. Feels good. Shitstorm. Whee. It kind of feels good to go back into like previous stages and then just kill everything. It feels good. Feels nice. Oh, there's 5 secrets. Complete level in under 10. Under 10 seconds? Wait, they did it though. How the fuck? Space, Solar, and someone? What? Hmm. Well, is Telegram being stinky? No, it's my connection being stinky. No, Telegram is being stinky. Okay. I'm looking at Telegram while streaming. Professionalism. Concentrated orbs of nails that can be moved by using the pull force of other magnets. Oh, that's how you're supposed to use them. Oh, can I ask what's a cyber grind? Cyber grind is in the survival mode. Good performance gives many points. Progress is in the current mission will be lost. Oh, can I try this? I want to try cyber grind. Yeah. Hmm? The terminal is used for cyber grind customization. Themes. The visual theme dark, light, custom. Oh no. Oh no. Why do I have this face? Music. I can
Oi, you there? Yes, you. The cute kobo in the pink.
Oh no.
Yup, the one that likes to yip. Yes.
Yeah, yip.
You. No, not you, Barry. Go back to bed. Tylra, you are adorable, wonderful, and oh no, is that a truck?
Don't do it. That's not a truck, haha. complete checks for 4-1. Oh. Do I need to complete in violent? Wait, I don't have much music then. Ultra Church. Hateful instrumental. I guess I don't have much music. Waves. That's Isekai Portal. It could be. We could become dragons. Highest twice as high. So 5 need 10, 10 need 20, 15 need 30. How hard can it be? Don't say that. It's gonna be hard as fuck. We all know it's gonna be hard as fuck. Oh no! What the fuck am I looking at? Why am I like this? Why is this a thing? I don't know what I'm looking at. This is wild. Ow. Cannot aim, cannot aim. Game! Game pushed me off! Game pushed me off! What do you mean? Hey. Global high score. I'm rank 107k 39. Hello, hello, Proto Bean. Hello. Is this customizable? Yes. I customized it and I love and hate it. Here. High score really safe using custom patterns. Oh. No, themes. Custom. Can I upload my own? Ooh. I left like 6 minutes. What is this? Don't worry about it, Ixen. It's just a game. It's all good. Can I customize this kobo, the kobo on screen to have flowers? Pretty little flower there, maybe here. Boop. And the boop. Wow. I got the boop. And then Greco. Can I just put like random stuff? What's Greco? Skybox. Oh. Oh, Vaporwave. That's cool. It's not as cool as this though. Oh, what if I choose this one as the skybox? Oh. Oh. Oh wait, no. Ah, shit. Okay, maybe I just choose all this, but then Skybox I'll choose something that's actually not bad. I cannot help myself. Hello, Tavish. Hello, welcome. Perfect. I cannot help myself. It's too good. Yeah, get fucked. Oh, I was so late. Ooh. Do it again. Come on. Where'd you got a boost? Whoa. Oh no! It's hard. Hey, one more wave, let's go. Oh, I was stalling on them. Look at my stall points. 17k? I'm scared. Another horror game, the kobo. Also the kobo. This is not horror, this is jink. I like jink. Alright, Cybercrime is fun. Let's go back to the main mission. Sandbox? Empty level that can be used for practicing. Why do I need to practice? Hmm. Woohoo! No, 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 no. Okay, maybe I do like horror game just for a little bit. The adrenaline when I play horror game is kind of nice. But when it gets too much, I don't like it. Fakey dicky? Oh, that hurts my head. Kobo like spoopy, not spooky? You could say that, yeah. No spooky, only spoopy. Where'd you go? Do it again, I dare you. Bitch! Blue. Yikes. Nice. Oh yeah, I love the music just stops when you see this. It's so clever. And then the carnage here? Damn. The burning world. Came back to this. Holy shit. Oh, insta kill? How'd I do that? Oh, Nelly! Dodge this. Here comes the music. Oh! We got him. Oh, the music is so freaky. Look at you, dude. Mine. Is that everything? Oh, you're stuck. Fireworks. Oh, that's it. That has to be stylish as fuck. Look at that. I'm so stylish. I'm Kobo with style. Don't pick up any skulls. How am I supposed to progress without any skull? I cannot believe that I'm actually playing violent. Enemies can hurt other enemy types. Quick thinking and positioning. Powerful enemies can turn into powerful weapons. Too hard. Oh! Oh yeah, I forgot how good this is! If you don't seek hardship, stay indoors. Split color doors only require one skull to open. I seek hardship, so I need 2 skulls. Let's do it. Oh yeah, the music got me pumped. Hey. Nice. Yay! Who's hitting me? Ah, I didn't see it. Oh no! Violet is difficult. Oh. Oh no! Yay. It's right above me. I didn't even hear it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can they get up here? Yes, they can. Oh. Done. Milk? Where? Asshole. Oh. Asshole. Milk. Oh. Ow. Oh no, I couldn't even punch him. No. Are you alive? Holy shit. Yay. Got him. It's funny how my left hand hurts. Holy shit, playing this game. So many things I need to press. Hi, Croissant. Can I get Discord mod? I promise not to leak the stuff very RP chat. There's no stuff RP very chat. I don't really RP there. Or I don't RP in general. Is that a thing as Discord mod? I actually didn't know. Wait, give me a second. someday I'll leak Stuff Furry RP chat. But what's a Stuff Furry RP chat? I don't know what that is. Is it like a administrator only RP chat, you mean? It's a meme? Oh shit, I didn't know that. Oops. I don't know about that. I thought it's a common occurrence where like a staff will RP together? Question mark. But yeah, hey. Yeah. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Oh. Oh no. I mean, why? Oh no, I know. I played this game before. It's not that scary. Woo, that was nice. Yay! You just spawned in front of me. See, it's not that scary. It's okay, how are you? Beautiful? Oh my god. I'm doing okay. Other than some throat problem. I don't know why I've been coughing a lot lately, but I'm doing pretty good. Pretty okay. Pretty nice. Loving Ultrakill. Hehe. Explosion. Are you serious? Nah. Don't even try. Right. Hehe. That was kinda cool. Can you not? Can I not? It's frustrating sometimes I cannot control myself. I forgot me playing this game again is to find the secrets, but I'm not doing it. I'm not even trying to find secrets. Damn it, press the wrong button. Don't kill me! Yay! Oh, I'm just a little kobold though. hear Soul Orb. I hear a little bit of Soul Orb just now. It's here. Oh! I'm not seeing any. Oh, I see. Ah. Okay, we get. The music on this stage is really good though. Again, another fight. No fights? I don't know if I got this. This one is really hard. Probably gonna die like 10,000 times here. Oh! Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. the damage. Oh my god. Okay. They're trying not to. Oh! Didn't you die? I already did this anyway. This one is just for funsies. Rare, rare. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't do it! Where? I'll punch the shit out of you. Critical punch. Feels good, feels good. Didn't find any secrets though. Ooh, a Mega Stallion. Beat the secret encounter. Oh, I'm the fastest on standard. I'm so good. The slowest in P rank, bro. 7 minutes? Did you guys know that this is now my favorite music? It's so soft, but I love it. Oh, this one. I remember I could just cheat my way out, right? I was struggling so much here back then. Oh. Secret encounter on 1 and 2. It will unlock something, I think? Maybe I should find them. Nothing happens, but I feel a strange satisfaction. It doesn't name it Hank. Hank. Hehe. Pick up to read. I'm trying to. Hidden away amongst furnishing books and the very foundation of the accursed place. I think that was just like a hint on where the skulls are. Ooh. This one took me a while to find. I mean, you technically can open up the door like this. God damn it. Just open up half of it. Hidden away. Furnishings, books, and the very foundation. Okay, I found the very foundation. The books. Furnishings is here, right? The books? Where would the books be? Also, I'm very curious about this. Why am I doing this? I can just skip through all these. I just want to experience this again. Oh, I see. There's like a blue glow behind. Right, of course. Albeit how weird this is, but I just kind of want to say, whenever people say that I'm beautiful or something like that, or pretty bold, little itty bold, something like that, I just feel I just feel I feel very happy. I feel very happy when I hear stuff like that. I'm so glad I have no camera on because you guys would just see my face bright red, I feel like. My legs. Stinky. Stinky. Because you are a pretty boy. I'm gonna cry. Oh. Friend. Is this how you treat a friend? Ow! Projectile boost? Projectile boost? I'm not even gonna. Okay, I'm gonna. Oh. Oh. What? Oh my, why is Dragon making the kobo? It's just Dragon and kobo things, don't worry about it.
Emotional damage.
Ow. What? Oh my god. My left hand is not cooperating now. My left hand is not cooperating. Malsino milk? Hmm. Oh. Projectile boost?
Hey, Kobo, I Malzeno don't have a glass and can't really have this now but have no place to put it. Would you mind holding this milk for me?
I don't mind. Gift. Oh no, what have I become? You know what? I've become the kobold I always am. It's just kobold things. Don't worry about it. Oh, that's fake. Hashtag just kobold things. Man, I feel like I'm getting more and more. I'm getting more and more sussy. You know, the sussy energy. I feel like, yeah, I'm feeling more sussy energy now these days. Oh, recently. Oh, don't pick up any skulls. I already did this before. Sorry about that. It's not just you, Ixen. It's okay. Yeah, it's just milk. I see. Oh, Roland's is still here. Oh no. Oh no. I didn't know Roland's is still here. Oh no. Oh no. Roland's just milk. Don't worry about it. It's just milk, Lance. Just milk. It's just milk. Oh no. Wait, you are a wolf dragon, right? You're a part dragon, right, Roland? If I remember correctly, your character has like a dragon horn, no? Hey, I'll take it. Boop. 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 Oh, that was too painful. Hybrid dragon? Okay, then I'll take it. It's good. It's part dragon. I'll take it. I like the... Is this too much for Twitch? I hope not. Ooh! Get down, get down. I should play this more. Look at that, it's so good. I'm a milky and then Ixen is like, yep. I'm not even gonna like pretend that I don't want that. What? Thank you for being here. No. Get down, thank you. What? Oh, Laoi, why you like this one? Dragon milk. Yeah, I feel I'm getting too thirsty these days. Kinda bad. too much horny energy. Not good, not good. Jump during a dash for a long... Oh yeah, I know about this. did I not kill you? What? How much health do I have? I didn't even see. Probably should drink some milk then. Yeah. The milk's good. Oh, there's something there. Oh no, it's not enough. Oh. It's only this stage that is like laggy. Maybe I should not dash jump there. Walao eh. How did I do it? How did I do it just now? I'm dead. I have 1 health. There we go. How in the fuck am I supposed to get up there? Hey, Ting. Hello. I saw the red orb. I need to get it. Oh. Where did the orb go? This can give me the Doom vibe? Yeah. It is like a retro boomer suit in this game.